we're going to tour the psychopath's inner recesses. How does he see you? How does he perceive of others? How does he conceive of human beings and of himself within this working model? It is not an easy question. It's difficult to answer. And it's difficult to answer because, exactly like the narcissist, the psychopath lacks emotional empathy. He has cold empathy, combination of reflexive and cognitive empathy, but he lacks emotional empathy. Exactly like the narcissist, the psychopath has access to negative emotions, which are amplified tenfold over the narcissist. When the psychopath is angry, he rages. When he rages, he is violent. So, psychopaths, in many respects, are exaggerated versions of regular, run-of-the-mill, normal, so-called, healthy, so-called human beings. But on the other hand, they lack the basic machinery of being human. They lack positive emotions. They lack empathy. And in the absence of positive emotions and empathy, how human can they be? It's another topic for today's lecture. So let's start with the basics. Now, the psychopath regards the world as a hostile jungle, a war zone, a battlefield. Everyone is out to get him. Everyone is out to take him down. Everyone is a potential enemy. People hiding knives and just waiting for the moment to stab him in the back. Betrayal is his daily bread. Now, when I say his, in this case, it's justified because the majority of psychopaths are men. Although the number of women diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, which is the clinical term for psychopathy, the number of women is increasing, has been increasing dramatically since the 1980s. Still, the majority are men. And because the majority are men, perhaps it is a testosterone-laden view of the universe. Dog eat dog. Survival of the fittest. If you don't fight, you die. So this is how they see the world, and everyone in the world is a kind of military asset or a potential weapon. Psychopaths, in other words, weaponize everything. While in other mental health disorders, people sexualize everything. The psychopath weaponizes everything, including, by the way, his sexuality. The psychopath regards other people as objects, the way you regard inanimate objects. Your refrigerator, your smartphone, your television set, your laptop. Psychopath sees you the same way. Objects are immutable. They're responsive. They're functional. These are the three crucial elements in objects. They don't change. They're responsive to your needs and commands. You use a remote control to change channels. And they're functional. They fulfill some function. Now, in cognitive development, we have something called object identity. It is the awareness that an object is the same, even though it may undergo transformations. For example, take your coffee mug. Don't take my coffee mug. Take your coffee mug. Don't be psychopaths. Okay, take your coffee mug. The coffee mug remains the same object, despite differences in size, distance, color, lighting, orientation, how much coffee you pour in, how much coffee you've drunk, etc., etc. Shape, it's still a coffee mug. There is some essence of coffee mugness, and this is object identity. Psychopaths have an overdeveloped sense of object identity. In other words, they distill, they isolate, they extract the essence of people around them. And rather than refer to people around them as three-dimensional objects with a separate external existence, with needs and hopes and dreams and fears and priorities and so on and so forth, the psychopath relates exclusively to the extricated essence, to this quiddity. So when the psychopath sees you, the psychopath analyzes you using cold empathy. The psychopath isolates your possible utility, in which ways you could be of use to the psychopath, and this is your essence. From that moment on, the psychopath would interact and refer to your essence. The rest of you is of no interest to the psychopath. So psychopaths reduce people to functions. They dehumanize them, they functionalize them. And from that moment on, they regard them as immutable, unchangeable, fixed, frozen in time. In other words, psychopathy involves object fixation, or perhaps more precisely, object identity fixation, where they are incapable of perceiving changes in people, the subtle transmutations that people undergo on a minute-by-minute basis. Psychopaths are incapable of interacting with the multifarious facets, the kaleidoscopic nature of people. They reduce them to point-like entities, and they continue to interact with these entities. Now, this is not the same as snapshotting or introjection in narcissists. This narcissist snapshots you and introjects you in your totality. The narcissist, when the narcissist creates an introject of you, the introject contains all the information about you. It is true that the introject is incapable of change, but the introject is complete. And in the narcissist case, the introject can be somehow modified. For example, the narcissist can idealize the introject and then devalue the introject. With a psychopath, that's not the case. There is a pinpointed reduction of you to a single sentence or a single statement, and all the interactions are with this statement, and this statement never changes, or if it does change, it is erased and a new statement takes its place, as we will see momentarily. And I call it object identity fixation. The process of object learning in psychopathy, making a connection or an association between one aspect of an object and another, is disrupted. Object learning in psychopathy is disrupted. I'll give you an example of object learning. You have a cucumber. A cucumber is long and a cucumber is green. That is object learning. You associate the two qualities of a cucumber, and these two qualities put together give rise to the cucumberness of the cucumber. The psychopath is incapable of doing this with people. In other words, the psychopath's view of people is very infantile and is essentially based on some elaborate modification or elaborate rendition of splitting. The psychopath reduces you to an all-good object, in other words, an all-useful object, an object that can further the psychopath's goals, allow the psychopath to accomplish things, and to experience the gratification of goal orientation. So then you're all good, and you're all bad if you stand in the way of the psychopath, if you're an obstacle, a hindrance, an impediment, if you fight back, if you resist the psychopath. So all good, all bad. But in psychopathy language, psycho language, all useful and all obstacle. It's splitting all the same. And splitting interferes with object learning and creates a fixation, freezes the object identity. So the psychopath gets stuck. He is unable to integrate the various facets and dimensions and aspects and behaviors and manifestations and changes and transformations and transmutations of an object. It's a very, very immature and infantile way of seeing people. People in the psychopath's world, people are either tools, or they're obstacles, or they don't exist. People's existence emerges from and comes to the attention and awareness and consciousness of a psychopath only if they are useful, or if they are a hindrance, if they're an obstacle on the way to accomplishing a goal. You're either with me or you're against me. You're my friend or my foe. You're with me, you're my enemy. Again, as we can see, this is a kind of extended splitting, a splitting mechanism. And so, in the psychopath's world, there are two groups of people who stand out in sharp relief. They're noticeable. The psychopath notices them. Psychopath pays attention to them, monitors them, supervises them, micromanages them, spies on them. And these people are the tools and the obstacles. All other people, as far as a psychopath is concerned, do not exist. And I don't mean this metaphorically or figuratively. They don't exist literally. A psychopath is incapable of perceiving the existence of people who do not serve him in some way or fight him and resist him in some way. These are the only two groups which kind of gain a sense of being in the psychopath's world. Now, this is similar to narcissism. In pathological narcissism, the narcissist is incapable of perceiving the externality and separateness of other people. But whereas the narcissist is incapable of perceiving anyone's separate existence, as far as a narcissist is concerned, he or she is the only existing object. In other words, it's solipsism. With psychopathy, the psychopath is healthier, let's say, more endowed in this sense. The psychopath is capable of noticing, accepting, embracing, and acting on and in and with the separateness and the externality of people. The psychopath recognizes people as external to him, as separate from him, as agents, people with agency and autonomy, personal autonomy and independence. And the psychopath doesn't resent this, unlike the narcissist, who is hell-bent on denying you your personal autonomy and independence and agency. The psychopath doesn't care as long as you don't stand in his way, as long as you don't hinder his efforts, as long as you don't become an obstacle on the way to whatever goal he is pursuing. So, you're a tool. If you collaborate with the psychopath, you're an obstacle. If you stand in the way of the psychopath, you are non-existent otherwise. These are the three categories. And there are transition rules. You, as a human being, as an external object, you could transition from being irrelevant and therefore unnoticed and therefore non-existent. You can transition from this status to being a tool or to being an obstacle. If you bring yourself to the psychopath's attention by offering him something useful, by suggesting a collaboration, by rewarding him somehow, then you become a tool. You used to be irrelevant, you used to be non-existent, you used to be a penumbral shadow of a human being, a shade. And now suddenly you erupt into full dimensional life. You erupt into the consciousness of the psychopath as a tool, as an instrument. On the other hand, if you resist the psychopath, if you fight the psychopath, if you criticize, disagree with the psychopath, create coalitions against the psychopath, you become an obstacle. Again, you transition from having been irrelevant, having been a shadow, having been non-existent, having been a non-entity and a non-being, you transition from that to having become an obstacle. Now you're an obstacle. As an obstacle, the psychopath perceives you as you are. He fully perceives you as external, separate. He realizes you have your own priorities and dreams and fears and emotions and cognitions and so on and so forth. And the same if you're a tool. Actually, the psychopath studies you meticulously. It's a surveillance kind of psychology. He surveils you. He studies you meticulously, spies on you. He gathers information and intelligence on you, and so on and so forth, in order to leverage you somehow, or in order to eliminate you. The narcissist never does this. He's incapable of doing this because he never perceives you as real, while the psychopath does. So the first rule of transition in the psychopath's universe, you could transition from being irrelevant or non-existent to being a tool. You could transition from being irrelevant or non-existent to being an obstacle. You could transition from being a tool to being an obstacle. But you cannot transition from being a tool to being irrelevant, contrary to myths online. So, if you used to be the psychopath's instrument, if you used to work with the psychopath, collaborate with the psychopath, reward the psychopath, enhance the psychopath, help the psychopath, assist the psychopath, support the psychopath, if you were in cahoots with the psychopath, in a coalition with the psychopath, if you were part of the entourage of the psychopath, an acolyte, a sycophant, an admirer, you name it, if you were with the psychopath in any context, and if you help the psychopath attain and obtain his goals, and then you stop, or your utility is over, you transition to being an obstacle. Because this is very frustrating to the psychopath. The cessation of your function, the fact that you're no longer functional, no longer responsive, no longer promote him, no longer help him, no longer kind of drive him towards the accomplishment of his goals, this frustrates the psychopath. And we know from Dollar's work, we know that frustration leads to aggression. When your utility is over, for your own reasons, or because it's just over, you can't help the psychopath anymore, you become an obstacle because you provoke and you trigger in the psychopath frustration. And then he becomes very aggressive towards you. So actually, there are only two rules of transition. If you used to be irrelevant, you can become an instrument or you can become an obstacle. If you used to be an instrument or a tool, you can become an obstacle, but never irrelevant. And you're very likely to provoke aggression. This has to do with something called reversal of affect. In psychoanalytic theory, the reversal of affect is a change in the aim of an instinct into the opposite. So the instinct, for example, regarded you as a love object, and then there's a reversal and you become a hate object. That is reversal of affect. Another example, when you are internally a masochist, you have a masochistic impulse to hurt yourself, or more precisely to hurt the self, to hurt the ego. And then it is transformed into a sadistic impulse to hurt other people. So you start off as a masochist, you want to hurt yourself, and then there's a reversal of affect, and you become a sadist, and you hurt other people. And psychopaths go through a reversal of affect. When you cease to be a tool or an instrument, there is a reversal of affect, and the psychopath transitions from positive emotional investment, positive cathexis in you. You used to be a love object, for example. So he transitions from this to positive, negative cathexis. You become an enemy. You become demonic. You become hated. And the psychopath is so frustrated that the only option is to eliminate you somehow, to destroy you, to ruin anything. I don't know, your reputation, your financials, your family, your job, something. It's not revenge. It's the need to remove a source of frustration. A psychopath cannot countenance frustration because they're so goal-orientated. They need to accomplish goals because goals guarantee gratification, and they're addicted to the pleasure principle. They're pleasure driven and they're power driven. And frustration takes away the pleasure and takes away the power and leaves them denuded of any reason to exist. So they need to destroy you and remove you from the scene. And they do this through a reversal of effect. Obstacles must be eliminated forthwith. Instruments can be on standby. Instruments can be deployed. Instruments can be withdrawn. That is up to the psychopath's discretion. A little like in the military, you know, if you're in the reserves or if you're in the regular military. So, a little like in the military, the psychopath deploys his battalions, deploys his resources at his sole decision-making and choice. But obstacles trigger the psychopath into destructive, violent, aggressive behavior. Anything from a smear campaign to murder, essentially. So, when you lose your utility as an instrument because you have chosen to disengage from the psychopath, this exacerbates the frustration because it challenges the psychopath perception as omnipotent, all-controlling, and takes away his power, disempowers him. When, on the other hand, you lose your utility as an instrument because you're no longer useful, you have lost your access, your contacts have died, I don't know what, you don't have money anymore to give him, you are growing old and the sex is not what it used to be, you have lost your utility. At that point, you become a burden and a threat. A burden and a threat because you're also a repository of memories of glories past. The psychopath needs to eliminate any record and any trace of failure or potential failure. And your transmutation, your transformation, your transubstantiation into an obstacle, you used to be a tool, now you're an obstacle, is unacceptable to the psychopath because it implies that there are processes outside his control, that the power is outside himself. He is not godlike. This is the psychopath's grandiosity. Now, small percentage of psychopaths are also narcissists. Online experts who claim that all psychopaths are narcissists need to go back to school regardless of their academic degrees. Only a small portion are also narcissists. But it is true that both narcissists and psychopaths are grandiose. And whereas the locus of the narcissist's grandiosity can be anything, even victimhood, you know, I'm the ultimate victim, or I'm the ultimate genius, or whatever, the locus of the psychopath's grandiosity has to do usually with power. Power granted to him by money, power granted to him by sex, power. And he cannot countenance and survive instances and reminiscences of disempowerment. He cannot cope with the realization that he is not as powerful as he wants to believe that he is. And your transition from instrument to obstacle does this to him, reminds him of his limitations and incapacity. So he needs to eliminate you. Accomplishment of goals, I mentioned, yields gratification. It also upholds and buttresses the psychopath's grandiosity, but much more than that, it's a pleasure. Whereas healthy people, normal people, experience pleasure in a variety of ways, hundreds of ways. The psychopath experiences pleasure only when he has accomplished his goals. Actually, the goals sometimes are not that important. It's the accomplishment of the goals, the attainment of the goals. Having proven to himself that he is able to transcend all obstacles, the perseverance, the stamina that generate the gratification, the sense of unmitigated power over circumstances, over environments, over other people. And it's the kind of power that is essential power. It's not power that the psychopath doesn't perceive his or her power as external, something that he has acquired. He perceives it as emanating from who he is. Psychopath is power. You know, l'état c'est moi, the state is I, I'm the state. So the psychopath is his own power. In this sense, the psychopath is self-generating. Everything comes from the inside, is innate, which is, of course, a godlike quality. The psychopath's addiction to money or to sex or to is all about power. And even the psychopath's addiction to power in many ways is secondary. The attaining power, securing power, exercising power is a kind of self-affirmation. The gratification is embedded or is the outcome of the psychopath's self-affirmation. So when the psychopath has power, when he exercises power, when power is evident and the outcomes of power are discernible, the psychopath says, everything I think about myself must be true. So power confirms to the psychopath that his self-perception and self-image are correct. And all this emanates from anxiety. Today we know, recent studies have demonstrated and are demonstrating that psychopathy may be a compensatory reaction to anxiety. Exactly like narcissism. Narcissism is a compensatory reaction to shame. Psychopathy is a compensatory reaction to insecurity, a sense of lack of safety, dread, angst, anxiety. The psychopath feels that he is on an alien, hostile, menacing planet, and the only way to calm himself down, the only anxiolytic solution, anxiety-reducing solution, is to demonstrate to himself how powerful he is. Because if he is infinitely powerful, he is finally safe. He is finally secure. He doesn't need to worry. He doesn't need to wake up at night drenched in sweat. He doesn't need all this. Now, the myth that psychopaths are fearless is a myth. They're not fearless. They're actually anxious. It is true, though, that their bodies react differently to fear. We don't know whether this is the outcome of some innate, hereditary, genetic template, or whether actually the psychopath's need to cope with threatening, traumatizing, abusive, dangerous environments has caused his brain to rewire and his body to change physiologically. We don't know what preceded what, but it is a fact. The psychopath does not experience his anxiety, does not experience his fear. What he experiences when he is afraid, what he experiences when he is anxious, is a surge of adrenaline, the need to conquer, the need to assert control, the need to drive towards a goal and to occupy it, and to, if necessary, consume it and subsume it, to obliterate it or eradicate it, whatever the case may be, whatever the goal, however the goal is defined, destructive or constructive. It is the attainment of the goal that empowers the psychopath, and it is this empowerment that calms him down, reduces his underlying generalized anxiety, and he experiences this as gratification. We have a concept called object of instinct. Object of instinct in classical psychoanalytic theory, it's an object which is sought in order to achieve satisfaction. The object could be a person, a real inanimate object, a possession. It could be a behavior, it could be a goal, it could be a narrative, it could be anything. So it's an object that is sought, that is pursued, that is conquered in order to achieve satisfaction. The internal aim. This is called the internal aim. So there's an external aim, which is the object to be taken over, the object to be secured, the object to be actualized and realized. As I said, the object would be a project or a plan or an idea or a behavior or whatever, or a person or a possession. Could be anything. Object is simply anything outside the self. So this is the external aim. And when the psychopath acquires this external aim, he achieves the internal aim, which is on the surface gratification and satisfaction, but in reality a reduction in generalized, all-consuming, underlying anxiety. The aim of the instinct in psychoanalytic theory is the activity through which an instinct is gratified, resulting in the release of internal tension, anxiety. So, and this is the instinctual aim. This is the mechanism which underlies psychopathy. The psychopath consequently cathexes goals. The cathexis is in goals. Cathexis is in the power to obtain goals, actually, to be more precise. Not in the goals, but the cathexis is in the power to obtain goals. Because this kind of power proves to the psychopath that he needs not be afraid, he needs not be anxious, he need not be wary, he need not be hypervigilant, he need not be, because the world is under control. This hostile, horrible, jungle, Darwinian landscape is under control. This alien, Martian soil is under his feet. He is in charge. So the psychopath cathexes the power that allows him to obtain goals, never people. He never cathexes people. What he does with people is known as reification, or in colloquial terms, objectification. Reification is when you treat something outside yourself, could be another person, could be a possession, could be an abstraction, an idea, a concept, could be a formulation, could be a plan, could be a goal. When you treat something outside yourself as if it were an object, a material thing, you reify it. So you take it literally. So reification is a fallacy, of course, and this is the process of objectification, converting living, breathing human beings into objects, inanimate objects, via reification. But in the case of the psychopath, reification extends not only to people. The psychopath reifies his goals. He objectifies them. He regards his goals the same way you and I would regard a shining new device. He reifies the power that he accumulates and exercises on the way to obtaining his goal. It becomes an object, again, a shining new device. The psychopath covets power. He craves power. He's addicted to power. He salivates over power because power is the only thing that can restore his inner equilibrium, his peace of mind, his homeostasis. It is when he exercises power that he experiences elation, narcissistic elation. Freud called it oceanic feeling. The merger with a symbolic, atavistic primordial mother. He mothers himself. The psychopath becomes his own maternal figure, a secure base, a safe haven when he acquires power. So the power is his mother. He perceives power as maternal, and then it allows him to take on the world. In other words, to separate and individuate in the faith. Beginning to see the similarities with the shared fantasy in narcissism, and indeed the psychopath develops a shared fantasy with his goals, not with people. There he is distinct from narcissism, from the narcissist. The narcissist develops a shared fantasy with people. People as props, people as actors in his shared fantasy, but people all the same. The psychopath develops a shared fantasy with his goals. Much more precisely, the psychopath develops a shared fantasy with his power. Whereas in the narcissist shared fantasy, the intimate partner is the maternal figure, the new maternal figure. In the psychopath shared fantasy, power is the maternal figure. Power is the psychopath's wet dream. Literally, it's incestuous. There's an incest dynamic going on. I keep saying object, object, object. Let's go back to basics. An object, when we talk about people, an object is the other. That is, any person or symbolic representation of a person that is not the self, and that provokes or triggers behavior, or cognitions, or affects, which are then directed at the object. So when you have a human being, when you have a person outside of yourself, and you recognize that this person is not you, you recognize the boundaries. I end here, and this person begins. This person ends here, and I begin. So when you recognize the externality and separateness of that other person, and you realize that this other person is the same as you via the mechanism of empathy. When this happens, the other person ironically becomes an object. And your behaviors, object I mean in psychological parlance, in psychological lingo. When we say object in psychology, we mean a person outside yourself, and we mean that you recognize this person's externality and separateness. You recognize that this person is exactly like you. So then we call this kind of person an object in psychology, which tells you a lot about psychology. Anyhow, at that moment when you recognize the externality and separateness and equality of that other person, your behavior changes. You develop cognitions, you develop emotions, you develop affects. The information about that other person changes you and affects your behavior, modifies your behavior. And this is what we call object relations. We'll come to it in a minute. Psychoanalytic theory. There's a more expansive definition of object. Object, as I've described now, is a common definition in object relations theories. But in classical psychoanalytic theory and current psychoanalytic theory, object, when we use the word object, we mean something a lot more expansive. Object is anything. In psychoanalytic theory, object is anything. Person, thing, part of a body, symbol, plan, ID, I mean, you name it. Object is anything through which an instinct can achieve its aim of gratification. Period. Anything external to you and anything internal to you which grants or guarantees gratification, instinctual gratification, is an object. So, in the case of the psychopath, this second definition pertains, not the first. Because the psychopath regards everything as an object. Not only everyone, but everything. Everything, the psychopath objectifies everything, including his sense of power, including himself, including other people, including plans and goals and objectives, and in everything. Immediately, the psychopath immediately converts into an object, reifies everything. Whereas the narcissist reifies and objectifies mostly people, the psychopath's reification or objectification is out of control. It's totally wild. The psychopath regards everything, himself included, as some kind of object. That's why psychopaths don't react the way you do to being wounded, physically wounded. They don't react the way you do to threats, because the psychopath has objectified himself. He is one step removed. It's a kind of dissociation. The psychopath's tendency to reify and objectify everything, humans, abstracts, concepts, possessions, himself, you name it. This tendency is a kind of defensive dissociation. If the world is so horrible, if it's survival of the fittest, if it's nature red in tooth and claw, if the world is a dystopian kind of environment, to dissociate yourself from the world, to remove yourself from the world, is a great idea, actually. And this is what the psychopath does. He cuts himself off the world. He no longer exists by becoming a rock, by becoming a stone. You know the famous horror movies and documentaries where psychopaths are described as stone-like or non-human in the inanimate sense. They're not animated. And that's because they have removed themselves from the scene. They're not there. And not only are they not there, there is no self which has been removed. I mean, the psychopaths do possess, I want to be clear, psychopaths do possess a self, a fully constellated and integrated self. The formation of selfhood, formation of the self or the ego in psychopathy is much less disrupted than in borderline and in narcissism. And in this sense, psychopaths, ironically, are much healthier, mentally healthier than narcissists and borderline. But when the psychopath dissociates because he needs to objectify himself, he removes even his self from the scene. He ceases to exist, kind of astral trait. He's not there. He's not there. And this imbues him with a sense of security, safety, enhances his power. So the source of the psychopath's power is his invulnerability, impermeability, untouchability. Psychopath's message is, you can't do anything to me because I'm not here. And yes, this is very reminiscent of depersonalization and derealization, which are essentially dissociative mechanisms. I've dedicated a video to this. You can watch it. It's taking yourself out of reality. It's telling yourself, this is not happening to me. Depersonalization. Or this is not real. It's just a fantasy. Derealization. The psychopath says, you have no power over me, and I have all the power over you, because there's nothing you can do to me, and I can do everything and anything to you. And you can do nothing to me because I'm not here. My body may be here, but nothing else, and nothing much more. So I'm untouchable, I'm impermeable, I'm invulnerable. In short, I'm godlike. There is a direct correlation between the level of dissociation in psychopathy and the level of perceived self-empowerment. The higher, more pervasive, more profound the dissociation, the more the psychopath feels empowered. The more he feels present, ironically. The more he feels in control and in charge. He's the boss, he's godlike. He determines the fates of everyone and everything around him. You talk to any psychopath and they will describe this out-of-body experience. They will describe that when they were at the height of their power, as they have perceived it, when they were killing someone, when they've accomplished a heist or a scam, when they were doing something which flew in the face of social mores and norms and the law and broke every rule, and when they were defiant, and when they were contumacious, rejecting authority, and when they were, gung-ho, supermen powered, whatever, at that point they will tell you, psychopaths will tell you, that they felt they were not there. They felt as if they were observing something, watching something, a movie, kind of. It's a dissociation power equation in psychopathy. Object relations in narcissism is mediated through the shared fantasy, and the narcissist has internal object relations. Narcissist object relations with objects is with representations of external objects in his mind. So, whereas healthy normal people have external object relations, they fall in love with someone out there, the narcissist has internal object relations. He falls in love with a representation of someone out there in his mind. The psychopath's object relation is highly complex. As I said, the psychopath is capable of perceiving the existence, the functioning, the separateness of external objects, unlike the narcissist. Psychopath's reality testing is not impaired, it's intact, while the narcissist's reality testing is shot, is destroyed. In other words, the narcissist is delusional and embedded in a fantasy defense, whereas the psychopath is not. So, the psychopath is capable of perceiving external objects and relating to them if they are instruments or obstacles. And so, in principle, the psychopath should be able to maintain object relations. He should be able to be responsive to the external existence of objects. Object relations is an individual's relationship to their entire external world with emphasis on people. In psychoanalysis, object relations is an individual's relationships to their objects, real or imagined, persons, activities, things that function as sources of connection, as well as libidinal or aggressive gratification. In the case of the psychopath, there is a problem. There is a problem because the psychopath is fully interactive with and responsive to the external world, including people in the external world. But his relationship with people is premised on utility. What can people do for him, or in which way they endanger and undermine his agenda? So this inability to relate to people except insofar as they fit into a cunning scheme or a project or a plan renders the psychopath's object relations very impoverished and one-dimensional. And yet, whereas the narcissist has object relations only with internal objects, and whereas the borderline has object relations only with external objects, the psychopath has object relations with external objects, having reduced them to their utility, to a pinpoint-like entity. You remember how we started the lecture. This has to do a lot with object cathexis, the investment of libido, the investment of psychic energy, emotional energy, cognitive energy, in objects outside the self. A person, God, idea, activity, plan, goal, they're all outside the self, and you invest energy in these things. When you love someone, you invest energy in them. When you have a plan, you pursue it, you invest energy in it. This process is called cathexis. There is a problem with object cathexis in psychopathy, and it underlies and gives rise to the problem in object relations. The psychopath does not cathect the object. He cathects what the object can give him. He cathects how the object can promote his agenda. He cathects the goal. He cathects the power that he has over the object, over the person. So he doesn't cathect people. He cathects the interaction with people, and much more precisely, he cathects his side of the interaction with people. So the psychopath is self-cathecting. The psychopath perceives other people as external, but as one would perceive pawns on a chessboard. The psychopath is emotionally invested in his power over people, on what people can give him, on what people, how they can promote his accomplishments, guarantee them, or how can they obstruct and hinder his progress. He's affected in all this, but not in the people themselves. The same way a chess player is emotionally invested in the game and in winning, or even in the adversary, but the chess player is never emotionally invested in the pieces. In the pieces of chess, he's not emotionally invested in the pawn or the knight or the queen or the king. They're mere instruments, and sometimes they're obstacles. You could perceive, you could visualize, or you could conceptualize, and definitely verbalize the psychopath's internal world as an infinite chess game, where all people are pieces on a board. That would be getting very close to the psychology of the psychopath. Psychopath has a problem with people, but not the same problem that a narcissist or a borderline has. If we want to delve deeper and understand why psychopaths end up the way they do, an exploration which I did with narcissists, borderline, I will give you a hint, because I'll dedicate a video to it much further down the road, but I will give you a hint. But before I give you this hint, we need to define a concept known as object constancy. In object relations theory, an object constancy is an infantile feature of infancy, early childhood. It is the ability of the infant to maintain an attachment that is relatively independent of gratification or frustration, based on a cognitive capacity to conceive of a mother who exists when she is out of sight, and a mother who has positive attributes even when she is frustrating, rejecting, and unsatisfying. In other words, object constancy relies on two psychological processes, two psychological dynamics. The ability to retain an image of a person who is not physically present. Mother left the room, but she's still in my head, says the infant. I can still see her in my mind's eye. And the second mechanism or process or dynamic is the ability to integrate the negative and positive features of a person into a single unified vision. In other words, to counter or countermand splitting. When you put these two together, you get object constancy. The infant becomes attached to the mother herself rather than to her tension-reducing ministrations. So he gets attached to the mother, not to the functions of the mother. He gets attached to mother, not to what mother does for the child, for the infant. The infant gets attached to mother, not to how she comports herself or behaves. So the mother comes to exist continuously for the infant, not only when the infant needs her, not only when she satisfies the infant's needs, not only when she frustrates the infant. She's there, a continuous presence. It is an investment by the infant in a specific libidinal object. And this also means that mother becomes unique. She is no longer interchangeable with someone else. The infant has fixated her. The infant has created a fixed image of her, an internal object, an imago, an introject of her in the infant's mind, in his or her mind. And so from that moment on, she is recognizable. She cannot be confused or conflated with anyone else. So this is object constancy. And remember this when we discuss psychopathy. There's also a concept of object loss. In psychoanalytic theory, actual loss of a person who served as a good object is known as object loss. A good mother, for example, a good enough mother. The child is afraid to lose her. So what the child does, he introjects her. He creates a snapshot of her, an internal object, a photograph of her, and he internalizes it. He puts this in his or her mind. From that moment on, the infant has a representation of the good object in his or her mind. And this reduces the separation anxiety. The anxiety about the possible loss of a good object begins with panic. The infant panics about being separated, being abandoned, being rejected. It's known clinically as separation insecurity. So, what's the solution? You make a photograph of mommy, you place it in your mind, and you're safe, because mommy now is always there. Adult grief and mourning are examples of object loss and separation anxiety. Adult grief and mourning trigger infantile separation anxiety and infantile object loss anxiety in infancy and childhood. And this complicates, of course, the grief reaction. Okay, object constancy, object loss. If you have difficulty to retain this information in your head, go back, listen to it again, make notes, be good students, all right? And I will now discuss object permanence. In the wake of all these concepts, we put them together and I'll attempt to explain the dynamics inside the psychopath's mind. But we need to get acquainted with these concepts, otherwise whatever it is that I have to say will sound nonsensical. It usually sounds nonsensical. I'm trying to reduce this. Okay, Shoshanim. Object permanence. Object permanence was first described by Jean Piaget, the eminent child psychologist. I still haven't decided who was number one child psychologist. Winnicott, Piaget, Mahler, and so on. I think Piaget is a claim. So object permanence is the knowledge of the continued existence of objects even when they are not directly perceived, even when they are not physically present. According to Jean Piaget, object permanence develops gradually in infants during what he called the sensory motor stage of cognitive development. And there are milestones that indicate the acquisition of object permanence. Piaget was very, like Mahler, Piaget was very meticulous in documenting his observations of children. And so he broke it down to stages. The same way Erickson broke down life, the lifespan, into stages, Piaget did the same with childhood. He said that if we observe children, we can see the moment or the time or the period when they begin to develop object permanence. When the child reaches for and retrieves a covered object. The object is covered, but the child knows that under the cover there's an object. It's an example of object permanence, and this happens between ages 8 and 12 months. Or when a child retrieves an object at location B, even though it was previously hidden several times in location A. Again, the same time frame, 8 to 12 months. So the child can conceptualize that the object is the same, never mind that the location has changed. This is known, by the way, as the A not B task. Or when the child removes a series of covers to retrieve an object, even though the infant only witnessed the object being hidden under the outer.
The enemy has dropped our intelligence.
Вернемся к полярному льду, на рассвете черпая сон. В полумраке над миром зайду, света свет полыхает он. На костях он призвал беду, на кострах он обугли плоть. Я на смерть, как на трон зайду, ты пойдешь, где берут Господь. кровью своей я клялся сберечь благородство, утраченный блеск. В моем замке высоком горит неспокойного сердца смерть. Никогда розы не зацвет. Вечный свеч сон темно-новый на плиту. Его слуги не властен Бог. На гостях он призвал беду. На кострах он обуглил плод. С пеплом звездною вечность вдохну. И войдешь Демиург Господь. Полярного льда, нам здесь не о чем больше ведь. Суждено лишь огнем обладать, или нам, или миру скорей. Да разбит наш мечты алтарь, пусть и страдали его мертва. Пожирай этот мир, подыхай, министрам горей.
И никому
Competition begins in 60 seconds. In 30 seconds.
Medic! Medic! That funeral ain't gonna be open. Heads up! Boys, we have a... Go, go, go! Charge! Medic! 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 Medic!
The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Medic! Medic!
You failed!
Medic!
The enemy intelligence was returned to their base.
Thanks, mate.
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
I'm moving this.
We have dropped the enemy intelligence. We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Medic! Nice shot! I'm gonna blow the insides of your head all over 4 counties! Medic! Medic! Stupid bloody spy! Spy here!
Play all games for free. Click to play games for free.
Medic!
We have taken the enemy intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence.
Get running! Heck yeah!
We have taken the enemy intelligence.
Fire! Hold still!
Intelligence.
Y'all have more gadgets for killing. Wouldn't need so many for hiding. You bloody pikers!
Success. We have secured the enemy intelligence.
I'm gunning for you, you mongrels! Medic! 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 go, go! Let's go, mates! Heads up!
They're going to bury what's left of you in a soup can!
Alert. The enemy has taken our intelligence.
Everything above your neck's gonna be a fine red mist!
See you in 5 minutes.
Medic! Good shot, mate.
Our intelligence has returned to our base.
Bolts away! Heads up!
have taken the enemy intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence.
Medic!
We have taken the enemy intelligence. We have dropped the enemy intelligence.
Medic! Spy here! Sniper is a... Appreciate it. The sniper is a spy! Spy round here! Spy
We have
here.
taken the
Spy.
enemy intelligence.
Spy round here! Spy round here! Sniper is a spy! Spy here! Spy! Heads up!
Success. We have secured the enemy intelligence.
Go, go! Spy here! Let's go, mates! Get ready! Rock, paper, scissors! Who wants some? The engineer is a spy! On three! Rock, paper, scissors!
Well, that sours my milk.
Medic!
to locate a bomb. Seconds before insertion. Drone has found a bomb. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. The diffuser is now secured.
All set to blow it up. Step back! They cleared the blast!
Friendly operator remaining. The diffuser has been recovered. You have dropped the diffuser. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. We need to locate a bomb. Ten seconds to go. Drone has located a bomb. 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Reload! Loading new magazine! Reloading! Reload!
your drone to locate a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb.
Nice and quiet.
You have located a bomb. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Setting hard breach.
The diffuser has been secured.
Stun grenade.
You must recover the diffuser.
Bro, you're the fucking last one. Just shut the fuck up and do something.
Down to one friendly.
Bro, you're literally the last one. And you keep fucking talking. Fucking brain dead, man.
One op 4 remaining. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful. Secure the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Planting. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Wall fortified!
You're 16 years old. Yeah, nice one, nice one. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, at least I have a mic. Oh no. I didn't try it, man. You started the whole shit because you just Oh, oh
Bro,
no.
bro, don't talk to him, please.
Yeah, what? What?
Just mute him. Just mute him.
Yeah, okay,
That's
okay.
all.
Heartbeat sensor activated. Back chain!
You have been spotted. You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back. Op 4, last stop standing. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Protect the bombs. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
말보다는 행동이지. Alarm active! Organ set up and ready to blow.
10 seconds.
All set to jam the meridian. Explosive ordnance.
5 seconds to insertion.
Reload. Explosive ordnance is ready.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Perimeter reset. Applying first aid! Setting needle candy.
Op 4, last stop standing. operator remaining.
Bro.
Down to 15 seconds. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
GG, bye bye.
GG, GG.
drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Time to light things up.
Gemini will show the way.
You must recover the diffuser.
Everything they are. That's what you wanted. I'll grab us some intel. Signal disrupted.
The diffuser is now secured. The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Gemini's offline!
Down to one friendly. Seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. We have been eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. 10 seconds. 5 seconds before insertion. A bomb must be located and defused. Bomb has been located.
Recarregando!
Blood count.
One op 4 remaining.
Stay behind me.
You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser has been secured. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds before insertion. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Reloading.
Stepping into Gemini.
Let's proceed slowly.
You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser has been secured. You have the diffuser. Down to one friend. The diffuser has been recovered. The diffuser is now secured. The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Wall secured!
Seconds to insertion.
Temperature on improvement.
5 seconds to insertion. Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse your bombs.
Place device. Device positioned.
Vault secured! Reloading!
Be advised, Op 4 has located a bomb. Op 4, last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. the bombs.
Time to armor up.
Wall fortified.
10 seconds.
Laying out the welcome mat.
5 seconds. Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse your bomb.
Reinforcing wall.
Ready for company.
Reloading.
Heading up.
Volt, volt.
Zoto is
Why do yourself when robots do it better?
changing mags.
Reloading.
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
Freeze in effect.
Nest in position.
One friendly remaining. 15 seconds. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left. Time limit reached. Secure the bombs.
8 to 12 months. The child can conceptualize that the object is the same, never mind that the location has changed. This is known, by the way, as the A-not index.
4
or
has
when the
located a
child
bomb. Be
removes a
ready for
series of
assault.
covers to retrieve an object, even though the infant only witnessed the object being hidden under the outermost cover. This is known as invisible displacement. It happens usually between the ages of 18 and 24 months. So, these are the reaching
10
tasks,
seconds remaining.
when the child reaches out to an object, even though there's no
Down to
hint
5
of
seconds.
the object's physical presence. It's covered, relocated, dislocated.
Bomb located by Op 4.
Now, more recent research using non-reaching tasks suggests that infants display some knowledge of object permanence at a much earlier stage than suggested by Piaget, and this sits well with the work of Fairbairn about ego. Fairbairn and Melanie Klein claim that children are born with an ego. They don't develop it, they don't constellate or integrate it, but they're born with it. Okay, I will not go into it right now. So, now that we've become acquainted with object constancy and with object permanence and with object loss, remember, let's go back to the psychopath. Remember that psychopaths are probably born. There's a strong hereditary component in psychopathy, genetic component. There are brain abnormalities in psychopathy, pronounced brain abnormalities, amygdala, gray matter, you name it. And there is a difference in physiological reactions of the psychopath's body and the physiological reaction of a normal body. For example, psychopaths sweat much less. Their pupils don't dilate when they're exposed to horror, pictures of horror, photographs of horror, and so on. So we know that psychopaths are different, even kind of a species unto their own, an alien species. But never forget that every genetic and hereditary predisposition is triggered by the environment. You could be born for a predisposition for
Op
narcissism,
4 remaining.
but it would remain dormant and latent if the environment is loving, passionate, and containing and holding. Psychopaths grow up in abusive, traumatizing, violent, aggressive, shocking, terrifying, terrorizing families. That has been proven in umpteen studies. The incidence and prevalence of adverse childhood experiences among psychopaths is much higher by multiples than the incidence of prevalence of such bad experiences among more normal or healthy people. The psychopaths have been exposed to a terrible childhood in dysfunctional families. Anything from substance and drug abuse to beatings to, I mean, you name it. So, psychopaths were not exposed to a good object. Psychopaths were not exposed to loving parents, holding parents, understanding and accepting parents. They were exposed to animals. They were exposed to bestial criminals. They were exposed to the most horrific torture. And so they did not have a good object outside. They didn't have a mother or a father they could consider to be good objects. And because they had only a external bad object, they never experienced object loss. I mean, if your father or your mother keeps beating you up to pulp, almost killing you in the process day in and day out, you're not likely to regard them as good objects, and you're not likely to grieve if they were to die. You're not likely to experience the terror or the anxiety of object loss. And you're not likely to feel the need to introject them. Why would you introject an abusive, traumatizing mother, for example? You wouldn't. I mean, there's another process known as the
Van Dyke.
Actually. No, Van Dyke. For yours,
Get out, mate. Get out.
Not dedicated.
We're not very good.
No, don't back. No, I'm gonna play Clash. Don't play Clash. Guys. Anything but Clash. I promise you. Anything but Clash. Frick's sake, boys.
need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. One up.
I try to save you.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Where's Cav? Where's Cav? Your ass!
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
Cheeky monkey, are you there?
I am. Yeah, my mic was muted.
Like the thing I did with Blitz.
Yeah, I was giving you
Easy
comms.
3k.
I told you he was on the
Yeah, I
house.
can
I told you
hear.
he was coming down yellow. I told you not to res, but my mic was muted.
I'm actually good with Blitz on keyboard and mouse.
There it comes. Alright, so I'm gonna repeat what I said. Everybody plays shotguns. Just ditch
We
everything
need to
else.
locate a bomb.
Keep the blitz. Then everyone just plays
I'm gonna go
shotguns.
to the now.
Yeah. I'm not saying it. I'm saying it after that, so. Big one shotgun.
Drone has located a bomb.
Everyone spawn right back here. I promise you spawn right back here. You spawn here at the beginning.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Oh, they're up there.
Right, let's get into
Deploying a drone.
Here comes the Marvel team. Here come soldiers.
gonna get
location
killed.
and defuse it.
Damn.
Listen, get into sight. See you around. That's the objective. Not
Makes me scared.
doing this too tight.
Getting a better angle.
That's cancel.
Go, swing. Swing note. Nice, watch your flank.
Got him.
Why are you guys on the window? Oh my lord.
Well, we have full sight control, man. Ace jumped in.
Flying catch!
Why are you droning? It's over. Oh, never mind. Now it's not.
You can do more than just repel.
Ace! This guy's actually trying to piss me off.
It's infuriating. Nice, this is aggressive for you.
No, three of your
Left,
teammates
left,
told
left,
you to
left.
jump in. Nah. Ace.
Yeah, walk at him.
Yeah.
Left.
Oh my god.
On the little desk, now walk at him and shoot him.
Stop standing.
Fuse.
Phoenix, get in.
Go get the diffuser. Fuse.
The diffuser. He's probably looking at the diffuser.
Well, easy with together.
Come on, now go run.
Come on.
Watch my dog. But it's like, honestly, I teach a baby.
Fuse is terrible. Phoenix
Diffuser is online and active.
This is like the first time you've been playing.
From that door, or from that door right.
You have to actually listen.
There, or the
Phoenix and that don't. What is that?
Holy ass.
Holy. What the fuck?
Op 4 eliminated.
You didn't even get the kill. You didn't even get the kill for that. It's just sad.
It's not difficult.
What was Lucy thinking? What was going through his mind to do that? How do I not have Malaysia on this account?
Where's actually the best stuff for it? Yeah. We need zombies. So you know.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Planting toxins.
I'm just gonna farm
Deploy jammer.
I'm sorry, over Malaysians, they are like the worst I've ever seen. They are worse than that. That's pretty terrible player.
Razor wire.
Phoenix, he knows how to use his gun. And he knows how to aim. But the thing is, his reaction time...
10 seconds.
Yeah, and his reaction time is a bit slow.
5 seconds left.
I think slow reaction time, not being
Bomb
able to
location
replay
secure.
it. That's just a new feat.
Door barricaded.
New players get that stuff. Nah, but this is a pussy, you went swing.
Be advised. On located the bomb.
It's in there. I'm coming.
Kiba deployed. Surface secure.
No one else. Oh, they broke that open. terrible.
It's mine, it's mine, it's mine. It's mine, go away.
Calm down, buddy.
Keep our strikes through. Deploy there.
Op 4, last stop standing.
It's mine, it's mine, it's mine, it's mine. Why are we sitting by the back?
Reloading!
I'll try to feed
As
for him.
designed, Kiva
Didn't
activated.
work.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
I'm just thinking, he didn't die once, so always you need to get killed.
Did you do anything the entire game? Game's just so easy, boys. If you just run.
Secure the bombs.
Bomb secured! Device.
Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb. seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Reloading!
Get ready to engage.
Reinforce wall! Device activated. Nitro deployed.
One op 4 remaining. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Protect the bombs. Jammer ready. Ten seconds remaining. Activate jammer. 5 seconds and counting. Bomb location secure.
Place device. Nitro placed.
A bomb has been located by Op 4.
Device placed.
Op 4
Loading new
last
mag.
stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. protect the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Reloading!
Reloading!
Down to 5 seconds.
Planting cover.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Door secured.
CCE shield ready.
Basement.
Tango located. Grabbing needle.
I'm reloading.
Loading back!
Slow the fuck down!
Op 4, last operator standing.
This is where you stop. Just you and me!
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Primitive superego, the internalization of a bed object that is an unconscious.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Seconds to insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Your mission is to locate and defuse a bomb. located.
Special charge. Stay clear. Deploying cause.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
Drone ready. Time for a wake-up call.
Drone spinning over.
Infiltrating their camps.
One Op 4 remaining. The diffuser has been secured. Seconds left. Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Conscious process. But classical introjection fails in psychopathy. Because classical introjection fails, psychopaths have no object constancy. And that is similar to narcissists. Both psychopaths and narcissists have been exposed to horrendous parenting, to dead mothers, to evil parents. And so both of them did not experience object loss, and both of them failed to introject in some ways. So, like the narcissist, the psychopath has no object constancy. But the psychopath also doesn't have introject constancy because of the failure to introject. So the psychopath is a combination of narcissist and borderline. You remember the narcissist has object inconstancy and introject constancy. The borderline has object constancy and introject inconstancy. The psychopath has object inconstancy and introject inconstancy. So the psychopath is unable to relate to you not only when you're out there as external objects, he is unable to relate even to internal objects that represent you in his mind because he doesn't form them, he doesn't create them. His reality testing is intact, so he is able to tell that you're out there. He's able to perceive and recognize and accept your externality and separateness, but there is no emotional resonance to it. It's as if this were some kind of objective knowledge. I don't know, the distance to the sun is 150 million miles or kilometers, whatever it is. So, Okay, so what? There's a so what thing with psychopaths. You're out there, you're external, you're separate, you have wishes, you have dreams, you have fantasies, you have hopes, you're afraid, you have cognitions, emotions, so what? And there is no internal object inside the psychopath with which the psychopath could continue the interaction, or which the psychopath could use to try to understand you out there. No, nothing. You are there, you're out there, so what? And you're not in here, so what? And you're so what? That's a so what attitude. Whereas the narcissist internalizes you and continues to interact with the internal object. So at least there's a tenuous connection to you somehow. Maybe not to you, but to your representation in the narcissist mind, to the memory of you in the narcissist mind, to this snapshot, a moment in time, frozen. But at least this. The same with the borderline. She cannot maintain an internal object in her mind which represents you, but when you're there, she's all over you. She's intensely interacting. The psychopath is like a totally disinterested, bored observer. You're out there, okay. You're not in here, okay. Who cares? Why would I waste my time, energy, emotions on this? I better things. You do exist out there. But this existence doesn't resonate with the psychopath. It doesn't provoke in him any emotional reactions, cognitions, nothing. It's as if you did not exist. It's same like knowing that atoms are comprised of neutrons. I mean, the nucleus of atoms is comprised of neutrons and protons. So, okay, so you know they're out there. But do they have any impact on you?
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
I'm reloading! Reloading! Activating drone.
Setting up sequential down. Setting up a breaching sequence. Let's see them hide now.
Your intel is ours.
Electronic.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
In any way, shape or form? No. This knowledge has zero impact on you. The knowledge of your existence has zero impact on the psychopath. I think the distinguishing feature of psychopathy is extreme apathy, extreme indifference, bordering on affective paralysis, flat affect, flat attachment, flat everything. The psychopath is a reified flat line. In this sense, he's dead. It's totally dead, externally and internally. Whereas in the narcissist, there are still some dynamics going on. In the borderline, there's drama. With a psychopath, there is just the dead stare of a dead fish. And it's a fish. The dead stare of a dead shark. And it's a shark who is after your blood. Because as far as the psychopath is concerned, your externality, your external reality is exactly like blood in the water for a shark. I hope I succeeded to capture and to convey some of this utterly surreal existence, experience.
10 seconds.
Another problem with psychopaths is known as object of consciousness
5
issue.
seconds before insertion.
Object of consciousness is a clinical term, a concept.
Bomb's location and
Perceived object is distinct from the perceiver. The separation of observer and observed is a contentious issue in philosophy. And there are some philosophical schools, like phenomenology, which contest this. They say this.
Deploying Talon shield. Moving the shield.
Често, брат, има 5 хп.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. One friendly operator remaining. We have been eliminated.
Distinction, this cousin.
We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
This breaking of the world, the universe, breaking of the universe into observed and observer is artificial, and new
10 seconds before
developments in quantum mechanics 100 years ago tended to somehow substantiate
5
this
seconds to
perception
go.
that observer and observed are one, and so on and so forth. But in psychology,
Proceed to bomb's
we do
location
make the
and defuse
distinction
it.
between the perceived object and the perceiver. The distinction between the perceived object and the perceiver is not illusory. This is not Buddhism. This is not.
Boogie's ready to shred.
Going for a drive. Ratero break.
Let's see what Boogie can do.
Friendly, last operator standing. Secure the bombs. Be advised, Op 4 has found a bomb.
Initiate jammer. Loading her up.
10 seconds to insertion. Down to 5 seconds.
Deploying jammer.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Deterrent deployed.
Wall reinforced. Frosty metal.
Estra, dvojica su ti pored, u onoj sobi pored reinforca.
Zoto canister. C4 ready. Loading new magazine.
Strana, rušiti jedan tu. Maverick.
Op 4, last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Protect the bombs.
Reload!
Jammer ready to activate.
Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Got us a new drone. Didn't even have to aim.
말보다는 행동이지. My UI ready to kill them strong.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left.
UI is ready. Activate jammer.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
C4 deployed! Gotta reload.
Ljubim te strale, spasio si me. Strale je na 3 ti je jedan lik. Da ga možeš flankat. Ja gledam ovo vrata.
Op 4 is defusing a bomb. You need to disable their diffuser. One Op 4 remaining.
Na pingu, na
Friendly,
pingu, na
last
pingu.
operator standing.
Usred ovih kutija. Usred kutija ti je lik, usred kutija ti je lik. Usred dvije ove police. Tu desno.
Located the diffuser. Destroy it.
Nice.
Hvala, brate.
Friendly,
problema.
disable the diffuser. Mission successful. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. Op 4 is located the bomb.
Stop worrying about grenades, man.
Ovdje ti je do Kebi. I ovdje je još jedan, ne znam ko. Ash i do Kebi su. Ještě su tu dolje negdje. Do Kebi ti je nokana. Ok, do Kebi je isto nokana, do Kebi je isto nokana.
Friendly is
Nice.
victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Vidimo se, braćo.
Ćao, čao, ljubim te.
Drone up and running.
On my ping.
Agent friendly.
A side 2.
You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser has been recovered. One op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. We need to locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Seconds. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it.
Jam ready. You can't hide. Our net. Argus deployed.
You must recover the diffuser.
shot.
3 people on A
August deployed.
side.
My device is ready.
The diffuser is now secured.
My second ping.
Reloading ammo.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. One friendly operator remaining.
Whoa!
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. We need to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Shotgun going live.
Ready for ammo! Laying down some smoke.
Deploying shotgun. Drone spinning up.
Left side the
Yeah,
wall.
mark our target. Enemy eliminated!
You have been exposed. Op 4 last stop standing. Five. Friendly, last operator standing. 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. Protect the bombs. Op 4 has located a bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly.
Kona station deployed.
Bomb secured!
Kona on standby.
Barbed wire going up.
Seconds left.
Kona station in.
5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Swapping mags!
One friendly operator. Op 4 has placed a diffuser in the bomb. Destroy it. Diffuser located. Disable it. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Protect the bombs. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Laying out the rocket map.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds and counting. Bomb located by Op 4.
Ready for company.
Reloading!
Deploying shield.
Swapping mags.
Wall secure!
Swapping mags!
Changing back!
Bomb diffuser in place. Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated. Protect the bombs.
Wall reinforced!
Op 4 is located.
Ready to activate.
10 seconds remaining.
Time to redecorate.
5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Changing mags!
Changing mags!
One stairs.
Deploying jammer.
Don't block people, don't block.
Loading new mag.
I think he's going now. Steel stairs. Pink of stairs.
All set to checking the meridian. Loading new magazine!
Steel stairs.
Op 4, last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful. Protect the bombs.
Changing mag. All fortified.
Op 4 located
Swapping
a bomb.
mags.
Protect it.
Camera ready.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
All set.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Device primed. Keep an eye on the board. Ambush set. Stay clear. Setting a threat line. EDD mounted. Second cover.
Securing door.
Garage.
Dread mine going out. F-Node activated. Idle. Nitro set. Mine active and ready. Reacquired. F-Node going out.
Stairs.
Not optimal. Throwing it out. F-Node activated. Mine activated.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Mine on.
One friendly operator remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds. bomb's location and defuse it. You have dropped the diffuser. The diffuser has been recovered.
Stay behind me! Loading the magazine! Throwing frag!
Activated!
Drone out!
Longer in your possession. Secure. Down to one friendly. We have been eliminated. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
Barbed wire going up.
Loading new magazine.
Op 4 has located the bomb. Accordingly.
Loading new mag.
5 seconds and counting.
My artilla is on.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
Sende sich. Claw is on.
Keep it deployed. Changing mag.
My artilla is on.
Reloading! Never ready! Loading new mag.
C40.
Op 4, last stop standing. You have been spotted.
Vedanta philosophy. You know, we do make this distinction in psychology, and we say that object.
Keeper strikes true. Deployed barrier.
Fifteen seconds left. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected. Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. 10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Artillery is active.
Reloading ammo.
Jammer ready to activate.
Claw is active.
Electroclaw active. Loading the magazine!
Cover me, reloading.
1 Op 4 remaining. Fifteen seconds left. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining. You've reached the time limit. Protect the bombs.
Kids around.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Reloading!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds. Bomb located by Op 4.
consciousness.
Op 4, last stop standing. Op 4 is defusing a bomb. You need to disable their diffuser. Diffuser located. Disable it. The diffuser has been destroyed. Mission successful. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go. You must locate and defuse a bomb. Bomb has been located. You must recover the diffuser. The diffuser is now secured. Friendly, last operator standing. The diffuser has been recovered. You have dropped the diffuser. All friendlies have been eliminated. locate a bomb. Be advised your drone has located a bomb. Seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Deploying.
I have you covered.
Mine deployed.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. One friendly operator. Seconds remaining. 10 seconds left. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. 10 seconds to go. Insertion in 5 seconds. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
I'm reloading!
The diffuser is no longer in your possession.
My device is planted.
The diffuser is now secured.
Airdrop planted.
Down to one friendly. We have been eliminated. Need to use your drone to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds to insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
I'll grab us some intel. Activating Launching drone.
Target detected. Throwing flashbang!
Down to one friend. The diffuser has been recovered. We have been eliminated. Secure the bombs. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Device activated. Place device.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Positioned.
Mag change!
There are several types of codependence. Codependency is a complex, multifaceted and multidimensional defense against the codependent's fears and needs. There are 5 categories of codependency stemming from the respective etiologies. Number 1, codependency that aims to fend off anxieties related to abandonment. These codependents are clingy, smothering, and prone to panic. They are plagued with ideas of referential ideation. They display self-negating submissiveness. The main concern of these type of codependents is to prevent their victims, friends, spouses,
Op 4,
family
last
members,
operator standing.
from
Mission
deserting
critical, bomb diffuser
or from
activated.
attaining true
Located the
autonomy
diffuser,
and
destroy it.
independence.
One friendly
These
operator remaining.
codependents merged with their loved ones and experience any sign of abandonment, actual, threatened, anticipated, or even imagined, as a form of self-annihilation.
You have
or
disabled the bomb
amputation.
diffuser. Good
This
work.
codependent is
Mission
very
successful.
similar to the borderline, resembles it. The second type of codependency is geared to cope with the codependent's fear of losing control. By feigning helplessness and neediness, such codependents coerce their environment into ceaselessly catering to their needs, wishes, and requirements. This is control from the bottom. These codependents are labile drama queens, and their life is a kaleidoscope of instability and chaos. These codependents refuse to grow up. They force their nearest and dearest to treat them as emotional or as physical invalids. They deploy their self-imputed deficiencies and disabilities as weapons. They wield them as weapons. But these types of codependents
We need to
use
locate a
emotional
bomb.
blackmail. And when necessary, they threaten to secure the presence and blind compliance of their suppliers one way or another. Both types, by the way. The first type and the second type do this. Then there is the third type, the vicarious codependent. Vicarious codependents live through others, like the moon with the sun, reflected light. Vicarious codependents sacrifice themselves in order to glory in the accomplishments
to
of their
insertion.
chosen targets. They subsist on
Insertion
reflected
in
light,
5 seconds.
on second-hand
Drone has
applause,
located a bomb.
and on derivative achievements.
You've
They have
located
no
a bomb.
personal history,
Make your way to its
having
location
suspended
and
their own
defuse it.
lives, wishes, preferences, and dreams in favor of someone else's. One type of such vicarious codependent is the inverted narcissist. I'm quoting from my book, Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited, 10th edition. The inverted narcissist. A subtype of covert narcissist. This is a codependent who depends exclusively on narcissists. The narcissist codependent. If you're living with a narcissist, if you have a relationship, if you are married to one, if you're working with a narcissist, it does not mean that you're an inverted narcissist. To qualify as an inverted narcissist, you must crave to be in a relationship with a narcissist regardless of any abuse inflicted on you by him or her. You must actively seek relationships with narcissists, and only with narcissists, no matter what your bitter and traumatic past experience has been. You must feel empty and unhappy in relationships with any other kind of person except the narcissist. Only then, and if you satisfy the other diagnostic criteria of dependent personality disorder, can you be safely labeled an inverted narcissist. The fourth type of codependent is the borderline codependent.
1 on 4 remaining.
These codependents oscillate between periods of clinging and other codependent behavior patterns, which they interpret as intimacy,
Op 4
and
neutralized. Mission
periods of
successful.
aloofness, detachment, and emotional neglect and abandonment, which they regard as legitimate and the only possible manifestations of their personal autonomy and space. Codependent or borderline narcissists also tend to form with their intimate partner a shared fantasy, a shared psychosis, folie à deux. These are all the outcomes of their overwhelming and all-pervasive abandonment anxiety. They either smother their partner in an attempt to forestall abandonment, or they preemptively abandon ship, thus avoiding hurt and maintaining an illusion of control over the situation. I walked out on her and I dumped her, not the other way around. The codependent deploys strategies such as merger, becoming one with her intimate partner, while renouncing all personal autonomy and independence of both of them, up to the point of a shared fantasy. So this is one strategy deployed by codependents. There is another strategy known as coextensivity. I call it the ventriloquist defense, insisting that the partner mind reads her and acts in ways that reflect her inner psychological states and moods which are not communicated. Then there is shifting boundaries, using behavioral unpredictability and ambient uncertainty to induce paralyzing dependence in the partner. And finally, the fifth type of codependent is another form of dependence that is so subtle that it eluded detection until very recently. So the fifth type of codependent is known as counter-dependent. Counter-dependents reject and despise authority. They are contumacious, and they often clash with authority figures such as parents, bosses, the law. Their sense of self-worth and their very self-identity are premised on, and they are derived from, this autonomy. In other words, they are dependent on these acts of bravura and defiance. They are personal autonomy militants. Counterdependents are fiercely, uncompromisingly independent on the surface. They're controlling, they're self-centered, they're aggressive, but actually they're highly dependent on these displays of reactance. Many of them are antisocial and use projective identification. They force people to behave in ways that buttress and affirm the counterdependent's view of the world and his expectations. And these behavior patterns are often the result of deep-seated fear of intimacy. In an intimate relationship, counterdependents feel enslaved.
Eliminate as many hostiles as you can. Hostiles are ahead of you. Minutes.
Smoking next.
zone is covered by the enemy. Retreat. Go.
Mag change!
Changing mag!
One minute remaining.
Swapping mag!
2 kills. Thirty seconds. Seconds. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Time's up. Enemy team wins. Protect the bombs. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
Activating camera.
10 seconds to insertion.
Camera feed up and running.
5 seconds to insertion. Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Loading new magazine!
Laser gate in place.
Base in position.
One friendly operator remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure. Secure the bombs. Op 4 has located the bomb. Plan your defenses accordingly. Down to 10 seconds.
Home improvement.
5 seconds and counting.
Reinforcements are going up.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Activate jammer.
4 eliminated. Mission successful. Protect the bombs.
Bomb player is up.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
Reload!
10 seconds.
Reloading!
Bomb wire going up.
5 seconds to insertion.
Playing my trump card.
Op 4 has located a bomb.
I'm reloading! It's a Tilonke. Banshee's deployed.
Friendly, last operator standing. Mission failed. All friendlies have neutralized. Use your drone to locate a bomb. Drone has located a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds before insertion. You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Let's cause some chaos.
One hive set.
Sending out some love. It's gonna blow.
One friendly operator remaining. Seconds left. 10 seconds left. 5 seconds. You've run out of time. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. 10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb's location and defuse it. Op 4 eliminated. We need to locate a bomb. Your drone has found a bomb. Ten seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Drone ready.
I'm reloading.
Let's find those sheep. Loading new mags!
Drone! Changing mags. Loading new mag. Drone active.
Both of them down, both of them down.
One Op 4 remaining. Op 4 eliminated. We need to locate a bomb.
Ensnared. Captive.
Drone has located a bomb. Insertion in 10 seconds. Insertion in 5 seconds. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Loading magazine! Placing cluster charge! Detonating cluster charge!
Detonating cluster charge.
Drone active.
Cluster charge deployed. Light set.
The diffuser.
Hive set. What's active?
Drone activated.
Out of mag!
Retracting it.
No one hive set.
Sting is active.
On pink, on pink.
Op 4 last stops. The diffuser has been recovered.
Gotta reload.
Bomb diffusion initiated. Protect the diffuser.
Setting charge!
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful. Protect the bombs.
Drone razor bloom!
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly. Ten seconds. 5 seconds.
Razor shell!
Bomb located by Op 4.
Orders reinforced!
Op 4, last stop standing. One friendly operator remaining. 15 seconds left. Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Shackled. Counterdependents are locked into approach avoidance repetition compulsion cycles. Hesitant approach is followed by avoidance of commitment. Counterdependents are lone wolves and bad team players, but highly dependent on reacting to other people. Counterdependence is a reaction formation. The counterdependent dreads his own weaknesses. He seeks to overcome them by projecting an image of omnipotence, omniscience, success, self-sufficiency, and superiority. It's very similar to narcissism. Most classical overt narcissists are actually counterdependents. Their emotions and needs are buried under scar tissue, which had formed, coalesced, and hardened during years of one form of abuse or another. Grandiosity, a sense of entitlement, a lack of empathy, and overweening haughtiness usually hide knowing insecurity and a fluctuating sense of self-worth. There may be a sixth form of codependency, and I call it situational or late onset codependency. Some people develop codependent behaviors and traits in the wake of a life crisis or trauma, especially a traumatic relationship, especially if it involves an abandonment and the resulting solitude, a divorce, an empty nest. Such late onset codependency fosters a complex emotional and behavioral chain reaction whose role is to resolve the inner conflict by ridding oneself of the emergent undesirable codependent conduct. Consciously, such a patient may at first feel liberated, but unconsciously being abruptly dumped and lonesome is a disorienting and disconcerting effect. I have dedicated a whole video to situational codependency and late onset codependency. I recommend that you watch it. Thank you for listening and Happy New Year. Tomorrow, a video about the best New Year resolution you can ever make. Get rid of a fake friend. I'm going to take you on a tour of possibly the most desolate wasteland, the most terrifying landscape and territory in the entire universe, the psychopath's mind. My name is Sam Vaknin. I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited, and a professor of clinical psychology. And today we're going to tour the psychopath's inner recesses. How does he see you? How does he perceive of others? How does he conceive of human beings and of himself within this working model? It is not an easy question. It's difficult to answer. And it's difficult to answer because exactly like the narcissist, the psychopath lacks emotional empathy. He has cold empathy, combination of reflexive and cognitive empathy, but he lacks emotional empathy. Exactly like the narcissist, the psychopath has access to negative emotions, which are amplified tenfold over the narcissist. When the psychopath is angry, he rages. When he rages, he is violent. So, psychopaths, in many respects, are exaggerated versions of regular, run-of-the-mill, normal so-called, healthy so-called human beings. But on the other hand, They lack the basic machinery of being human. They lack positive emotions. They lack empathy. And in the absence of positive emotions and empathy, how human can they be? It's another topic for today's lecture. So let's start with the basics. Now, the psychopath regards the world as a hostile jungle, a war zone, a battlefield. Everyone is out to get him. Everyone is out to take him down. Everyone is a potential enemy. People hiding knives and just waiting for the moment to stab him in the back. Betrayal is his daily bread. Now, when I say his, in this case, it's justified because the majority of psychopaths are men. Although the number of women diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, which is the clinical term for psychopathy, the number of women is increasing, has been increasing dramatically since the 1980s. Still, the majority are men. And because the majority are men, perhaps it is a testosterone-laden view of the universe. Dog eat dog, survival of the fittest. Majority are men. And because the majority are men, perhaps it is a antisocial personality disorder, which is the clinical term for psychopathy. The number of women is increasing, has been increasing dramatically since the 1980s. Still, the majority are men. And because the majority are men, perhaps it is a testosterone-laden view of the universe. Dog eat dog, survival of the fittest.
We need to locate a bomb.
If you don't fight, you die. So this is how they see the world, and everyone in the world is a kind of military asset or a potential weapon. Psychopaths, in other words, weaponize everything. While in other mental health disorders, people sexualize everything. The psychopath weaponizes everything, including, by the way, his sexuality. The psychopath regards other people
Insertion in 10
as
seconds.
objects, the way you regard inanimate
5
objects.
seconds before
Your
insertion.
refrigerator, your smartphone, your television set, your laptop.
Proceed to bomb's location. and
Psychopath
defuse
sees you the same way. Objects are immutable. They're responsive. They're functional. These are the three crucial elements in objects. They don't change. They're responsive to your needs and commands. You know, you use a remote control to change channel. And they're functional. They fulfill some function. Now, in cognitive development, we have something called object identity. It is the awareness that an object is the same, even though it may undergo transformations. For example, take your coffee mug. Don't take my coffee mug. Take your coffee mug. Don't be psychopaths. Okay, take your coffee mug. The coffee mug remains the same object, despite differences in size, distance, color, lighting, orientation, how much coffee you pour in, how much coffee you have drunk, etc., etc. Shape, it's still a coffee mug. There is some essence of coffee mugness, and this is object identity. Psychopaths have an overdeveloped sense of object identity. In other words, they distill, they isolate, they extract the essence of people around them. And rather than refer to people around them as three-dimensional objects with a separate external existence, with needs and hopes and dreams and fears and priorities and so on and so forth, the psychopath relates exclusively to the extricated essence, to disquiddity. So when the psychopath sees you,
One friendly operator remaining.
the psychopath analyzes you using cold empathy. The psychopath isolates your possible utility, in which ways you could be of use to the psychopath, and this is your essence.
You have dropped the diffuser.
From that
Op
moment
4
on,
eliminated all
the
friendlies.
psychopath would interact and refer to your essence. The rest of you is of no interest to the psychopath. So psychopaths reduce people to functions. They dehumanize them, they functionalize them. And from that moment on, they regard them as immutable, unchangeable, fixed, frozen in time. In other words, psychopathy involves object fixation, or perhaps more precisely, object identity fixation, where they are incapable of perceiving changes in people, the subtle transmutations that people undergo on a minute-by-minute basis. They're incapable, psychopaths are incapable
locate a bomb.
of interacting with the multifarious facets, the kaleidoscopic nature of people. They
Drone has
reduce them
located a bomb.
to point-like entities, and they continue to interact with these entities. Now, this is not the same as snapshotting or introjection in narcissists. The narcissist snapshots you and introjects you in your totality. The narcissist, when the narcissist creates an introject of you, the introject contains all the information about you.
10 seconds.
It is true that the introject is incapable of change,
5 seconds to
but
go.
the introject is complete. And in the
You found a
narcissist
bomb.
case,
Make your
the
way to its
introject
location and defuse it.
can be somehow modified. For example, the narcissist can idealize the introject and then devalue the introject. With a psychopath, that's not the case. There is a pinpointed reduction of you to a single sentence or a single statement, and all the interactions are with this statement. This statement never changes, or if it does change, it is erased and a new statement takes its place, as we will see momentarily. And I call it object identity fixation. The process of object learning in psychopathy, making a connection or an association between one aspect of an object and another, is disrupted. Object learning in psychopathy is disrupted. I'll give you an example of object learning. You have a cucumber. A cucumber is long and a cucumber is green. That is object learning. You associate the two qualities of cucumber. And these two qualities put together give rise to the cucumberness of the cucumber. The psychopath is incapable of doing this with people.
Bomb detected.
The diffuser is now secured. You must recover. The diffuser has been recovered. One friendly operator remaining. All friendlies have been eliminated. We need to locate a bomb. Be advised, your drone has located a bomb.
In other words,
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.